1 second, please. Gold. I think gold is definitely a short. I just don't have any. I don't know about back to that level, but I do think today is a short. I just don't know where. I mean, the high of the day was clearly good enough to get short, just because, if it actually broke any higher, it'll be invalidating the setup or invalidating the short setup. So that was a good place to lean to the downside. What I don't love is that overnight we actually bounced that level as well at 79.7. So I kind of want to say I'm neutral today as far as gold goes. I mean, gun to the head, probably short bias to, as a back and fill, but I don't know if I love the shorts that much, or sorry, love any directional move that much. What you do have working for you is actually the capital. What you do have working for you is actually it being basically close to an extreme for the day. So the extreme will be at 95.5. We basically ticked it and came down. So that, is fairly close. Let me check on other things for you real quick. You also have a fake high, which is also a good thing to the downside. So if you want to scalp it to the downside, I don't think that's an issue. Here's another issue right now that they're calling out in the other room. ES did not get high enough. No, with ES.
Just ES.
We didn't get high enough to revert to the downside, or sorry, to continue with the upside. I think we can still probably test a little bit higher.
That's what I'm thinking with gold.
Well, 1 second, Harvey.
Yep.
56 print. All right, so I'll give you guys some numbers in a second. I think here's the play for today in ES, and I'm probably not going to post this because I don't got time for this. Like, I don't got time to post it online. All right, so here's the thing, guys. So you're looking at 62.75 as a possible support area for ES, all the way down to 55.75. So 62.75. For gold, again, you're just leaning on that. I don't think there's a lot of downside today, at all.
Gold?
For
you're going back and forth.
I'm long for both.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. I think gold goes nowhere. It's going to stay within yesterday's range. I think ES is actually a long. That's it. I think crude is gonna get lower, in my opinion. I think we can actually go all the way down to 90.28 if we have the momentum to. But we'll see what happens. I'm still short right now. I did take some off, but I didn't take that much off. It could be a big fucking day. Harvey's gonna get mad. Why didn't you post on Twitter?
Want to hear what I think about gold or no?
Sure, bud.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Let me pull up my gold chart.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Back and fill. Fake everybody out. Break above yesterday's range. Take that pivot at that special spot right here, and then come down. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be like a fake break with a liquidity grab for more down on gold.
Yeah, but that would also
because of your that overnight action, the way it dipped down like that.
Mm-hmm.
it held. And that's the trap right there. The when it held that test there that you said, that 79 or whatever.
Yep.
That's the trap. And then we'll come down and test that and go, I don't know, maybe even lower. Like, who knows? Maybe we'll even get down. I'll have to zoom out for that one to get to our bottom target. But
I don't think on a
yeah, we could 1850s, right? Give or take.
possibly. I mean, I don't really have too. I don't have that big of an opinion on it.
Yeah, well,
quite frankly.
it's hard when you're dead wrong. Well, I'm not. It's not a. It's yeah. It's hard when you get stumped like that. You know.
No, I am wrong often. I know. I'm just laughing at myself. Like,
Because I say it to you, it's in your face.
no, I don't really care. I'm just saying that I know I'm wrong a lot. You know, it's just part of the game. You got to be wrong to be right.
Do you though?
Huh?
I think you can be right without being wrong. There's a distinct possibility.
Oh,
Not in the
yeah.
markets. Not in the
don't
markets.
you just don't put in a stop. That's how you're right when you're wrong.
Well, Sean was still wrong.
Deep pockets, though, bro. You need deep pockets.
I like to remind you guys, we here at FTX don't use such instruments as stop
right.
losses.
Stop loss is stupid. That one little girl that was working there, every time I saw a picture of her or saw her in an interview, I was just like, you fucking, what meeting did I go to? And I was like, here's my $40 million. And I talked to her and I was like, yeah, this is where my money should go. I really believe in her. Like, I was blown away that, I don't get it, man. People are either really dumb or they have way too much fucking money and they have to find a stupid spot to put it. And they actually knew that was going to explode and they don't care because insurance will pay them back. Sorry, I said it. It was just a tax break for that year. Think about it. And then insurance refunds your money and everything is back to normal the next year because you took a huge bath during COVID. Surprise. Oh, maybe that was too rabbit hole for you guys, but
no, not at all. So are we absorbing here the 62? So
it's a pivotal point for them. If they break through that, then they'll probably test yesterday's high, which is for me at 55.75. So, if you're looking for a long, this is your opportunity. That where you're wrong, basically. Or if you're short, you're a little bit late, but. God, when is Walter going to text me? How else am I supposed to help him?
yeah. What's the difference between Triple Q and NASDAQ? Well, I mean, like you could just type that question in Google and I'm sure we'll get a better fucking answer. No, sorry, Bayman. I didn't mean that your answer was shitty. I meant like it would have been fucking faster. That's for sure. No, you did good. I wasn't. No, you did good with your answer. Except, is that what he was really asking? Who no fuck knows?
All right, Brett. I'll be right back.
Oh, I got a magic fill. up 3 ticks before it could even update. Break it. Oh, nice take profit. Based on gigs, I think they want the liquidity lower. Phew.
Rudy is pretty fucking close to my target, so if it gives me any kind of indication, I might just get out. if it if it gives me kind of any attitude whatsoever, I'll be out. Motherfuckers better not give me no motherfucking attitude. I won't be posting what I make on this crude oil trade because I don't want to get yelled at by Harvey.
Was the 6.5K just the oil trade?
Check.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I just found that picture online. I have no
Okay.
clue.
I see.
Don't you try to get me in trouble with Harvey? How dare you? We were about 8 ticks, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 ticks away from my target of 39. Or it's not, target of 39. So any kind of attitude here, I'll probably tick some off. Seeing the internals is looking kind of wonky, which is okay. But any kind of attitude that crude gives me, I'll be out, which is okay. Oh fuck! Here comes the attitude. So if they give me attitude at 67, then that's my indication that motherfuckers got attitude.
Check.
Yes, sir.
They did an update. There's an update. The things are changed.
What are you
Your
talking about?
microphone is absolutely horrendous.
My microphone is horrendous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Yes.
I believe you've got your webcam as a source. That usually sounds like a webcam here.
No, it's still bad. You need to remember after you're done with your OnlyFans webcam show, you got to switch it back to the regular mic.
Yeah, I know. I really go for that.
The grunge feel.
No, that squirt mic.
The waterproof mic.
Yeah, I get it right in there, right? So automatically determine this. There you go. Fuck that. How is that? Is that better?
No, it doesn't. No, it's not.
Boom.
So if you look at the price action in crude right now, you can notice that they're really fighting this. So yeah, so they're all about to give me some attitude. But what I'm trying to suggest is if this releases to the downside, it's running a lot further than probably what I intended, actually. So I think it's going to be a violent out here, one way or another.
It doesn't look like it's recovering. Yeah, it's going.
Yep. There. You see how that's a big move. Anyways, no one cares. 31 will be the major level right here. That doesn't mean that it's going to stop there. I don't anticipate for it to stop there. I think there's still a chance for it to get to 28. 90-28. Actually, no, let me double check that. 90-28. Ugh. I mean, it could.
And after that, like 89-70. 21.
Let's see. It will be 1 second, sir. It will be 89.55 will be the next stop after 90.28. But I don't think it's going to get there. Not today. I mean, I'm so fairly bullish on this. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's going to get there, period.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But, I mean, who knows? We can reassess later. So, just FYI, those of you guys who are either newer, who either don't listen, I mean, haven't heard me say it, you know, once it gets a target area that you want, is not necessarily, in my opinion and my experience, a good thing to just take it all off. So, for instance, my short, was from 92.87. You're not looking to just take it off all right, and I was targeting 31s, 39s, whatever. Once it gets there, you're not just taking it off. Trail it, right? Take some profit, of course. Trail it. But most importantly, let the price action do what it wants to do, right? Until it gives you a reversal price action, like showing you that it wants to break higher, you've already paid yourself, so let it breathe, let it go. And if it doesn't, you're risking, a couple points to possibly having it keep on going. Yeah. Anyways, I'm talking to myself.
Right, we're at just let of. I think it's inconclusive, to be honest.
I have.
What the? Okay, there. Oh fuck! Can you hear me? Not like I have anything to say.
We can, but it's just as not.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Okay.
I mean, we can still understand you perfectly fine. It's just it sounds like you're using, the China version of Walmart's lowest and budget class microphone made of a Dixie cup.
Avi, can you?
What's worse than China? Like Indonesia?
Somalia. Somalia's fucking top of the line. Seashell fucking microphone.
Seashell, a can with the rope, the string.
Yeah.
I believe it's the desktop version or whatever this is. Yeah.
I don't know. I use a desktop version.
Yeah, you also plug in a mic, right? It was fine before I switched. Got a reverb and
It was fine earlier this morning.
Yeah, I was on like I plugged in. I was on like a plugged-in headset. You know what I mean?
I see. It's fine. We can understand you. It just doesn't sound great. That's all.
What am I now? What about now? I had a reverb.
It's the same, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'll be quiet then.
Avi, can you check your microphone source?
Yeah, absolutely. I do it every time because I use a Bluetooth, right? I try to use a Bluetooth instead of a cabled headset.
Did you put in the correct one in the settings?
Put in the correct one, Timmy? Come on. I'm pretty dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
Just making sure.
Go Johnny, $54, kicking ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn your ass down. This shit sucks. It's hurting my head.
They shook me out of my long fuckers.
In ES? Here's the problem: is that if you look at the bonds, bonds are driving this to the upside, right? Bonds are overbought right now for the day, right? So you're not really looking for, more upside in the ES, but you're definitely not looking for downside either. So it's most likely just a shit day to trade. That's all. And there's a lot of shitty internals in the ES.
That was something I wanted to ask you. What internals are you looking at?
I'm just looking at cum delta.
Okay, yeah.
So I look at the game with delta, just kind of like see, the aggressiveness, but that's the last fucking thing I do. It's kind of like looking at a 5-second chart. It should be the last thing you do.
What do you think about if there's a high probability that we are okay?
Angelo, I'm in. Tell me where. Tell me when.
Okay, sorry. It fixed it.
Yes. Now you sound
The
like you
Discord
also.
itself. Discord is back online with the whatever the other app or whatever, like the non-desktop version.
Not for me though.
Interesting. Yeah, it's fixed now.
Yeah.
Cool. I still think we need to set a protocol. I wrote this in another room. We need to set up protocols here to, have some sort of a backup plan. Unless you guys aren't interested and you can handle this shit on your own. But I think I need a backup plan for this.
I mean, I told him one. He doesn't like it though. But there's an easy way for him to share a TradingView link, which shows basically which always updates itself when he would draw on it, right? And he could set up one so he usually has his chart books right for himself, and he could set up another one place, and he would just share the watch link to the place chart book. And
right, but where's
would
another
have no
spot
work.
where we can open chat like this?
Oh,
Like a Facebook Live or something, or
well, no way.
well, I don't know. Is there something though? Or is this it?
Nah, there's lots of stuff. There's stuff on the blockchain actually, like Elements, Char, right?
Oh, Twitch? Is Twitch something? I don't
Nah.
know.
Nah. Which?
John's got something? Or is he? No, he's not even listening. Oh, let me guess. It's going up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Surprise.
It shook out as well.
See, yeah. Although Zero makes calls, you got to be patient for it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he's going to be right. But if you jump on it too quick, or you know what I mean, or your risk is too tight, you're going to get burned, basically, right? So it's a tough call at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, the play was by footprint. I saw Gamma letting off, and they were putting in more on the top. It was a good entry. I should have just not get shook out. Shookest out. Mr. Gold continuation.
Dude, what?
Yeah.
I'm all
look
out
at
of
it.
sorts here, man. I'm all over the place on this now. I can't even my whole. That's what I mean. My whole routine. It really needs to be a fucking routine. Like I can't. If I get swollen off of this, it throws me right the fuck off. Sorry. I don't even know where we're at. So it's still going to have a chance to. I think it still has a chance to go higher, and then come back. Bonds are getting close to that level. That's an interesting spot for that too. Yeah.
Oof.
He's going to cut that crude like right here. See that? That's probably him right there.
Gonna post some screens. This one was 15 minutes ago. Look at the 50. I have to scale it. Then have a look. Where it is now. If you guys want it, I don't need to. Z chart? What does he mean?
Morning, guys.
Hey ho.
Morning, Directional. I guess your
How's
Discord
vacation?
wasn't broken.
I have the app downloaded onto my laptop. I don't go on the web. But I've
Sorry,
had Discord
maybe-
issues
Retro, you
before.
were on vacation?
No? Who said that?
I asked how your vacation was.
Which
You haven't
one?
been here in like
Wait.
2 weeks, so I thought.
Oh. No, I was occupied. It wasn't, it was not vacation right now, unfortunately, but I kind of need to do something for a break. The weather's been really, really shitty here. It's been raining for like 2 weeks.
It's been the opposite here.
Really? I don't know. We've never had this much rain, I don't think, like continuously. So did Zero make any plays today or call outs? Because I don't
Yeah,
see
he
any.
made some great plays, but didn't call them out.
Oh, it's one of those.
Mhm.
Okay, just checking.
It's called internet issues, right, guys? God, jeez,
Sure.
jeez. No, so I was going to send it out, everything. I was already like looking at it, and then all of a sudden, I tried to get onto Discord and it didn't fucking work. So I start resetting my routers and everything, and yeah, it's fucking horrible. So
So you
I
guys don't
apologize.
download, you don't have the app downloaded? You're all on the
I
web?
do. I have the desktop app, but the desktop app is what was saying that I couldn't log in.
Oh,
And I tried getting on the browser and it wouldn't let me in. The only thing that let me in was the mobile app.
oh, that's weird.
Which I guess I could have just posted it there, but But yeah, on the bright side, it pissed Harvey off.
That's always a fun one.
Yeah, like
Mm.
to no end, Retro. To no.
Did you go off?
Well, I shorted.
That the sad part is no, because I was disconnected, so I could so nobody could hear it. That was the sad part. I know.
I shorted crude at 92.87 and basically covered at like 92. I'm still in some of it, but 90, 91, 31, 39 ish area. So almost 2 full points.
Where would you like to see the bonds go? And
I don't think the bonds are. I don't think the bonds are going to go anywhere anymore. I think they're already pretty exhausted to the upside for the day.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Intraday, I mean the low swing intraday. Where we want to see it go down to and hold, or yeah, basically.
Probably 114.01s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, give me 1 second. No, probably more so. Yeah, between that and 06, I would say that's a good. That's a good area. It's gonna be a busy month next month, guys. So, really, I don't know. I'm not trying to belittle anyone or say anything or whatever. So don't read into it. It's just straight, straightforward. There's no underlying meanings. Don't read between the lines. If you are serious about, making money the upcoming month, you're probably going to have to hop on an hour prior, or at least, probably like an hour prior. Whether we're talking or not doesn't matter. We're not here to, just, chit chat with each other. But, if you're following the Z plays, it can come out as soon as, an hour prior, and it can click in the next 5 to 10 minutes or half an hour later. Who knows? But that's the type of month it's going to be. So just know that. Okay. So just know that, and I'll also on Twitter try to put out the bias of the day for whichever Z play. I mean, clearly you can tell, like, if it's long or short, that I'm thinking of that, for that that asset. And ultimately what you can do is, if you miss the entry or the ideal entry, you can just try to get in somewhere else, but just know where you're wrong. First rule is just know where you're wrong. But before rambling on, an hour prior is probably very important for the upcoming month. It's going to be a huge, busy fucking month. Possibly even up until, first week of November. So, yeah. That's it.
New York, though, right? Not London.
Yes, New York. I mean, the only ones that, I mean, there are only a handful of people in here that actually can do London. London, we're only going to play, once or twice a week, that's it. So for you, US or North American people, don't worry about it. Don't be that trader that's like, oh, I got to stay up and I got to look at the charts all the time because if I miss something, then it's going to I missed the ideal entry, so I can't enter anymore. That's what the step back hezi is for. And, you also need to train yourself to just either find a different method to get in and still achieve it, or let it go. You don't have to trade every single thing. But yeah, so for London Open, we're probably going to get 1 or 2 trades per week. As far as Z plays, I'm probably going to be a little bit more strict on it, and meaning I'm going to double, triple check, quadruple check everything. So maybe 2 plays a day, and the thing is another, and I don't know when it's going to come. It's such a busy month. I don't know when it's going to come. So if it comes during London, it comes during London. But chances are it's going to come pre-market of the New York session.
All right. By the way, gold got absolutely murked right there.
Dude, remember we talked about this, you right? You like it was it's not about it's not necessarily about I didn't really get the price action I really wanted for this, but you immediately know okay, well, if we go any higher, this is really bad for any shorts. So the shorts are going to defend here just based on price action.
Yeah.
And you can get short in it. Now because I didn't get the signal, and my only signal was you pointing it out to me. That to me it was like, oh shit, this is a perfect area. But so good job to me. I don't know if it's gonna actually go lower. But yeah. Anyways.
So I was actually willing to buy at 80 also.
At 80? Yeah, could be.
Because, yeah.
Again, the issue is that I didn't get the signal. But that doesn't mean that you can't get the signal, right? We all have different signals.
It really overshot my expectation, to be honest, with that move.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, anyways. I don't really want to lecture too much today. I just want to point out, and I think I sort of touched on this, but I just want to, since Harvey's mic is messed up, this is a perfect time. I'm just kidding, Harvey.
He's got it fixed.
Oh, fuck. Knowing your directional bias is far more important than your entry. Just, you don't have to rebut it. You don't have to say anything. Just think about this, right? Having your directional bias for the day or the week or the month, you guys probably won't go out to months, but it's far more important than your entry. Your entry is clearly important as well, but if you have that at the very least your bias down, you can then say, ask a simple question. Whatever you trade, it's if I want to go short on this day, where's the most likelihood I can get short? And then you can go into that area and wait for the price action to get there and see what happens, and then get short. That's, to me, directional bias is first and foremost number one that, for myself that I need to get locked down. Secondly, it's going to be the exit, and only then third entry. And a lot of people they can't fathom that, especially in this room, because it's such a smaller time frame. Watch your downside risk, so on and so forth. And you hear people say downside risk a lot, but what you don't understand, downside risk is basically saying that you know where you're wrong. That's one. Two, you also have more than enough risk, a reward for that risk. That's all really downside risk should really mean to you. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, but directional bias first, target second, and then entry. That's more important to me. If you have questions about it, you can ask.
To be honest, I don't think 90% of us belong in this leveraged environment, and that's the problem.
What leverage environment? Like this room, or you talking about futures?
No, yeah, I'm talking about futures. Or any type of over leveraging.
Yeah, well, but that's all size, right?
Well, no,
But we're here.
Hey, you want to get paid, right? Nobody's really happy with making $40, but they only want to risk $1. I'm just,
No, I think what you're saying is you're not experienced to be this leveraged.
No,
and I would agree with that.
Isn't experienced enough to be this leveraged, because if you take 4 hits at $700, you're done.
Yeah, that's true.
You get what I mean? And if you're if you're wrong, and it's not a fucking bullshit, I'm wrong at 6 ticks. That's fucking stupid. You got to be wrong where the chart is wrong. Know where you're really wrong, not you, where the trade is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's why this is a constant battle with these entries, because they're always trying to get so close to where the chart is wrong, but then you're just guessing. And then you get stopped out.
It's because
So I
especially like
over leveraged, and they can't.
Yeah,
they're
but
not willing to do the risk they want, or sorry, the risk doesn't match their reward or their expectations of the reward. I'm just talking to myself, to be honest with you.
It's
I want $5,000 and I only want to risk 150.
Right.
That doesn't work like that.
Yep.
No, of course
you
not.
know what it is, Harvey. It's they're treating it like fucking crypto. A lot of people in here are young, and there's nothing wrong with being young. It's just you don't have that sense, like having a bank account where, or even a trading account where you have ample money. So if you come in, you worked, you saved, you have $1,000 or $2,000, and you're like, cool, I can trade, let's just say on a high leveraged account for minis. If I can just make sure I don't lose too much, but when I gain a lot, as in you risk $150 or $200.
I would really love to double my account today.
Yeah. So if they risk 200, but you can make 2,000, and they're like, oh, then I only need to do it 2 or 3 times. But then you end up blowing your fucking account.
Yeah. You run out of money.
Yeah.
You over leveraged. Yeah, you're not leveraged. You don't have the capital to do it. Number said this like a long time ago. Like you're not. Yeah. He said it better, more succinctly.
Well, he said it on a notional value, which is kind of. I don't exactly agree with the notional value side of it.
He said something else that just generally, and it wasn't specific to futures. It was just trading in general, like where retail doesn't have enough.
Yeah.
This is not the way he said it, but retail doesn't have enough money to trade options, or anything leveraged, I should say. Common stock, I think, is different. But when you're trading with leverage, retail, is not. Oh, he said they're undercapitalized,
Yep.
which I would agree.
I would say that if someone came to me and goes, "Hey, I have 5,000. I want to trade futures. I hell bent on it." You know,
Yeah, he needs
they
to
don't
trade
want-
micros.
yeah, exactly. Just go to fucking micros. Drop your goddamn ego.
Yeah.
If anything, you're gonna save money and trade properly, right? Have your 15, 10, 5-point stops, and then just trade properly. People in here specifically kind of work backwards. They're like, I only want to risk 200. How can I do that? Okay, well, with, 2 micros, then I'm looking at 2 points. Okay, cool. So I need to just do these two. I need to focus and I can't take anything with more than 2 points of risk. Well, guess what? How many double tops or double bonds are you going to find? You're going to get blown out slowly. You're just going to bleed slowly if you're even, following your rules. So.
And absolutely, and that's with perfect execution.
Yeah.
Like everybody's plan is based on the best case scenario. Never really the worst case scenario. It's always the best case scenario. I will get 3-1 every single fucking trade. Blah, 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 right? It's not, yeah.
Yep.
So, of course, it's slow and steady, but for me personally, I have found that if a trade comes back to me and I follow my rule, I do not let the trade that went against me go in the red, I'm far better off in the long run than seeing if I'm right and it turns out in my favor somehow. Those trades happened, but from my experience and from what I noted down, it usually doesn't work for me. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and if I'm right, I'm right. All the trades that really hit a larger profit target. So that's at least my experience. If the trades go back to my entry, they usually will overshoot, and I would be wrong. Like I was here with the trade here. What did I take? I think I took 62 or something like that. Now we're at what are we? 58. Of course, 4 points is nothing. But I was also convinced that we were going up. They put so much volume at the 4350s, for example. But there's still that big strike down here and open interest they may want to hit. So in my eyes, it's just not worth it to stay long. Look when I'm right, especially if I see fucking large market orders going in. 500 lots or more. That means they are hedging to the downside.
So that's why I mean I don't disagree, but I also don't agree. And what you said was perfect in your experience. It's not really just in your experience that's telling you that. It's experience is, it's essentially what it is it's based on your entry. Because we all enter differently. Based on my entry, because I've always said, I take full ownership of it. I don't have good entries. Based on my entries, it comes back at me sometimes, and then it works. And but that doesn't mean I'll just let it, come all the way against me. Depending on how far it goes. Like right now, if it gets back to 92.87, I'm not gonna love this crude oil short anymore. Clearly, right? So I'm already, trailing my stop loss. but this is the importance of properly journaling for yourself. Like, hey, it came back against me. Did it stop me out? Did it not stop me out? What did it do afterwards? And I don't believe anyone journals correctly. I don't think 99% of the people actually journal correctly. If you ask, Peter, Harvey, Dave, Chia, they'll tell you how I journal and how I ask them to journal. It's probably a method that most people don't do. But anyways.
What is that though? Because I don't know how you guys are journaling.
I think I told you before, Retro, but
You shown me your journal, I think, at some point.
Yeah.
Like when you were making your notes, but
So essentially how I journal is like, the obvious ones are like how large your stop loss is, right? So you just type that number in, your entry point, what
details, yeah.
Yeah, 99% of you guys is always ES. I will put in like which product I'm trading, the date, the normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then where it differs from most people is I'll write down what I'm currently seeing. So at the time I enter, after I'm done entering the trade, I immediately go to my journal and, I try to most of the time, immediately write down what you're seeing in the market.
Right.
Whether
like
it's
across the assets, not just the asset that you're trading.
Both, yeah. So what is the larger time frame telling me in crude? What's the daily? What's the weekly, monthly, blah blah blah, all the way down. What am I seeing in the other assets? So I write it all down, and then if I'm right, wrong, doesn't matter. Once I'm done and I'm done exiting that trade, I will then do a quick comment on after the exit, like, how do I think I managed the trade? What did I see that made me get out of the trade, or maybe take some off? Like, what triggered me to say I should get out some right now? Is it just because it made a big move and I'm like super happy and I just took it off, or because it gave me a price action, or because the bonds are doing something else, or X, Y, and Z? And then here is actually where it differs: is that I will purposely wait a week to possibly even 2 weeks and review that every single trade, from that day or from that week. So you give yourself time to pause, and of course it's a lot of hindsight, but it's okay. You go look back and you're like, I didn't see this. I didn't, X, Y, and Z. Like, I didn't see the high of the day. I didn't see this, whatever. And you start typing it in. Or even better yet, start physically writing it in, and then it gets ingrained in your brain. So the next time you're going to go make a trade, you're going to look for something like that, because you might have missed something. You go and people are like, oh, it's a lot of work. Yeah. So is being successful in life.
It's
in
true.
anything you do. Yeah.
But also, you have to be picky about your trades. Like, take fewer trades so you can actually do the work that goes behind it.
Absolutely. If you're scalping, I don't know how
Forget it.
Yeah, exactly. Apex is
Scalp.
fucking
You have to
culprit.
scalp the exact same way every time.
Yeah, scalping is a different method. I think it's like so mechanical. Like, take 3 ticks, stop. I don't know, whatever. Like, it's very mechanical. You just repeat it, because if it does work enough times, it should just keep working over time.
Yep.
Because you're not looking at correlations. You're just looking at very tiny, like what Fat Cat basically does.
He's just a beast. If you're trading and your bias shifts from minute to minute, 5 minutes, from hour to hour, it's gonna be really hard for you to actually properly journal.
Yeah.
But if you're let's just say you wanted to get short in crude, and you're trying to scalp it to the downside, but you're only just scalping for a perfect entry, you still know on a bigger time frame, okay, I want to get short in this area at 92.87, and I want to short it all the way to 91.39 as the first stop. Second stop's gonna be at 90.28. That's where I'm aiming, by the way. Then you can definitely scalp, the idea. There's still a bigger idea. You're scalping it downwards, which is fine. And then you can still properly journal that. But if you're just scalping like, oh, I'm short crude, and then as it drops, 60 cents, you're like, oh, now I'm long crude. Now I'm short crude. Now I'm long. Then you're just gonna never. It's just gonna be so difficult to do the work. I wouldn't even do the work. You would then at that point probably be best off like Fat Cat and just record your screen, talk about it out loud, and then review the whole goddamn thing.
No, you're better off automating that shit. Like you shouldn't even be clicking.
Yeah.
You gotta automate that.
Hell, even I want to automate my thing.
I think yours is
Semi-automate.
so much harder. I think you need to automate your signals or something. Or maybe your entries could be automated. I don't know. Like I think you can't do all of your strat, but you could do parts of it.
Yeah. Like maybe click a buy button. So any signals I get, technical signals, it'll just buy it for me, and I can manage it. Yeah.
And then you can look at it and see, like, okay, did it miss anything?
Yeah.
All good until it fires 9 at the same time.
Yeah, until you buy every asset.
Well, ES came down a lot. Yeah, because of the bonds, I just don't think ES is going to do shit today. Which is good for scalpers.
Don't you think long term, like if the bonds can't really hold any bids, like how is the market supposed to make new highs? Like that's kind of like just long term thinking. Yeah, like we'll go up and down, like it'll look like it's bullish, but like next year is an election year, so the bonds, like I feel like have to pick up at some point. Like someone's gonna buy this shit, like Japan or I don't know who.
I get what you're saying. I just don't think that bonds can ever make a new high, like a higher, like you know what I mean, like an all-time high.
A higher high is what they need to make.
Yeah, okay.
Which they can't. Yeah, no.
Like as long as they're on the up move, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I don't know if they'll ever come back to the top.
Before they get that, they need to get over that 116 level that we talked about. That was such a big level. Once we're through that, it's just scary at this point. Like, Retro, you're right. I need to pull up my old files to get all the old levels in, but it's going to be scary.
You could dust off those files you never thought you needed.
Oh, I mean, who the hell ever thought that, right? Like,
I know so many bag holders on bonds. Like all these discords are just like bag holding bonds because they were buying and buying. Huh?
They're hodling it?
Yes,
they are.
Because they know. I mean, they're going to go up at some point. You may have to wait another year or something. But I know they bought, like a lot of people bought like size.
Martingale system?
I don't know what that really is.
Like just averaging down. Yeah, just keep on averaging down.
I guess, yeah.
Fuck.
It will turn around at some point. You just can't take any other trade.
Every losing trader and gambler.
The market does go up eventually. It does.
Yeah. What did Ira say to me? Fuck, I forgot. It was a great quote. I forgot what it was. I think I messaged you. Anyways. Let's see. Oh, I told you this much. So Iris said, do you know when a trade turns into an investment?
Oh,
When
when
it
you're,
goes when it goes
Against you?
against you.
When it goes against you.
Yeah.
it's
You told us
true.
So all those bond traders.
See,
Yeah, they're
I'm not
investing
an
for the
investor.
future. They're investing for the future. They'll get out as long as they don't do anything else and just find another job in the meantime.
Mm. Someone said something to me. I was talking to a friend, and he's a very scalper type of whatever. He's not profitable, in my opinion. I don't think he is. Um, I'm fairly certain he's not. But he's also very poor at journaling as well. And I was
Mhm.
trying to push him to journal, and then I don't know if he was really upset about it, but I was like, "Look, dude, I have more losses than you've journaled." And he goes, "What is that supposed to mean?" I'm like, "You don't fucking journal enough, and like you need a fucking journal." And it kind of like stunned him a little bit. It's like, what does that say about him as a trader if someone's taking more losses and has journaled than he has ever journaled in his life?
Oh my god.
Anyhow, I will dig up the old files somewhere somehow. I'm probably gonna exit my crude now at if we can get back down to 84. Yep, I'll exit crude at 84. Not that I got close to 28, but we're still about 20, 30 ticks away. But I'm more than happy with the trade. It already went to my target. The 90.28 was an extended target. Um, as in like the second stopping ground. It can, but there's no need to shove or push for it. I have the price action I want to get out. Hmm. Do I want to get out? Yeah. Yeah, I'll get out. Because it can happen next Monday or something like that. And oh,
Should I go long, Timmy?
Zero would say, how the fuck did you do that? I was long 55, but I closed already. CVD at that point is not nice for me. I don't like it anymore. I wanted to get back to 65. But it felt a bit exhausted at 60. Also, the big 50 strike there, I don't know. I think in the end we will go up.
In the end, okay. So buy 0 DTE 4350 SPX call.
Nah, I would buy the 40 probably.
Out of crude. That's about 3.2 R for the day for me. Done and done. One trade. That's it.
How many?
I'm not
3R?
3.12 R.
That's good stuff.
Was- Thank you.
But what was the R to R on that? I know you got your 3R, but what was your R to R ratio?
You mean like risk to reward?
Yeah. This was pretty significant. Like, you know what I mean? I know what your risk to reward is, but you can say it out loud though.
That one was
Maybe not quite that, but really fucking close, baby, man.
what? What did Bayman say? Oh, 15. No. With scale outs and everything? No. I'm calculating it. Give me a quick second. Uh, 5.6 with scale outs and everything, right? 5.6.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of forget about that, right? If you look at even like when Fat Cat shares this thing,
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't ever. Well, no, I'm going to say he never will take full size to full target ever, unless
Yeah.
he's. I don't even think he would do that either. Even if he was reloading and bankrolling, he probably still wouldn't.
Well, I mean, if I did go all in, all out, it would have been 8.42. So 5.6 is actually really good, in my
I was
opinion.
actually kind of thinking around 9, but yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's important to journal.
You journal only via Excel, right? You don't use something like.
I'm
Trade
switching to
System.
Notion right now, which I kind of like. So not not because anything special aside from being able to take a snapshot and you know uh, paste a picture in it. That's the only reason why it's good. Otherwise, I would just use Excel. I've just recently switched to Notion, maybe like I don't know, a month ago or something, and it's just testing it as well. So not even fully there.
I thought about going to Notion, but damn, when I log onto the thing, it's like you have to. It seems like a big learning curve in itself. I will
It
probably do it
is.
one day.
It is, Sean. I think it takes about. It should probably take you at least a day or two to finally, get dialed into it.
So I was looking at that 340 call. It was around 330 when I asked you, Timmy, and now it's at 480.
I'm pretty sure we're going up there, putting so much pressure on the higher strikes. But that's just me, right?
Yeah, just from what you're seeing on GexBot, not saying it's going to happen for sure.
Mm-mm.
All right, guys, I'm gonna do some programming. I'll be back though. There's really nothing for me to do anymore. I'm not gonna open a new position. I'll be back later. Or if you guys have any questions, just at me and I'll jump on. All right, I'll be back later, guys.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Bye bye. Anybody long gold by any chance? Or looking to get in?
Not yet. I'm gonna wait for it to settle.
Salutations.
Hello, hello.
Someone's positive on the day. Hopefully not HIV.
I haven't had a red day in quite a while.
I haven't had some red days.
And I honestly think we're gonna squeeze hard today if they're gonna expose the 350s further.
Hello.
Hey, Radu. Just want gold to get up now. Move gold, please.
Oh, you. Yeah, I always find it fascinating when I'm speaking of winning days, losing days. The number of traders on social media. Oh, I win all the time. It sounds as if it's a DJ Khaled song. Oh. Because actually, fuck it. This will give a good-ish idea of me. I'm gonna delete this in a moment. So here's a decent gauge of. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
Yeah, what is that? Is that apples and oranges?
That's an equity curve for NASDAQ over the number of points.
Okay.
On the y-axis, x-axis is number of trades.
What time frame? Since inception or last year?
This is since beginning of COVID. So you look at this equity curve and COVID never happens.
Okay.
And this is, I have my actual metrics right here. Okay. And a lot of people discuss win rate. They discuss this and that. This is looking at about 40%, 44% win rate overall, a daily win rate of about 51, 52%. So half of the days I'm profitable. Average winning trade is 0.84% on NASDAQ. Average losing trade is 0.5% on NASDAQ. So 75 points. Average winning trade duration is 4 hours. Average losing trade duration is 2 hours. We're running with a Sharpe ratio, a standard Sharpe ratio of 3.6, a geometric Sharpe of 6.1. And whenever I see people on social media on this or that, and it's, oh yeah, I'm running at 80%, 90% win rate, and I'm making 500 million a year. I'll drop to my knees and suck their dick if they're not lying to me.
Discretionary trader realistically make 500 mil a year? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's me. Busted. Sorry.
So I would be absolutely fine by making 6 figures.
6 figures?
Yeah.
On a daily basis.
Well, actually,
Yeah, on a daily basis, of course.
Yeah.
On a second by second basis.
if you want to have a better laugh, red pie. That's the equity curve for NASDAQ. Granted, my peak equity drawdown during that period is 3.54%. which 3.54% since January of 2020, when COVID had an over 40% drawdown on NASDAQ, and I'm looking at roughly max drawdown of 3.5%. But this is, I think you're going to laugh more at this. That overall equity curve is nice. However, this is my ES equity curve because there's less volatility. Products that have less volatility in it, there's a fair bit of greater, the consistency is significantly better. And so this equity curve is actually amusingly, this is a FUBARU equity curve nearly. However, here's the caveat. Overall stats on this, I'm looking at the Sharpe ratio on this is actually lower. It's running at a standard Sharpe of 2.9 and geometric 5.3-ish. And the total drawdown is also 3.52%, give or take. But yeah, I really don't like the unrealistic expectations that is communicated to retailers. Oh, take your $100 account and all you need to do is double your or I'm trying to think of a bunch of the Forex or whatever gurus say. But it's, I think, something along the lines of take $1,000, turn it into $1 million. All you need to do is double 2x your trades 10 times in a row, and it's what? No. I mean, even being generous with, let's assume, trying to think of, let's just do a standard FUBARU win rate of 75% with a 2-to-1 R, or let's say 3-to-1 R. Let's just say 2-to-1 R. 4-to-1. They'll risk 25% of their account to make 100% of their account. Okay, let's do that.
There must be people though that only risk 2% and still have a high win rate. At least some.
Okay. Oh, the fucking drawdowns I had on Friday and Monday. Or Friday was fucking bad last. But let's assume each of the trades is roughly independent. And their win rate 75%. If you're going to be really generous, okay, there's about a 5% chance, assuming complete independence, roughly about 5.6%, that they have 10 consecutive winning trades. At 2x, however, the risk of ruin is awfully significant because they're still going to have the same, roughly same percent of the possibility of losing it, and that's assuming a 75% win rate. I would say in most situations, a 75% win rate, especially if you are a longer time horizon trader, is exceedingly improbable. I don't know anyone that swing trades with legitimate statistics that says, oh, I'm correct 80% of the time.
Well, I've been in Discord rooms where people claimed that.
That's one way to do it. An activist short seller, you mean? Yeah, I'm trying to find a house right now. Housing market's coming down. Ooh.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Well,
It's right now. Most cities are seeing the worst decline in housing prices since 2008.
so it's just the housing market, or is there anything related to renting as well, or the rent prices?
I mean, rent prices should be coming down as well. But although at the moment, in most major cities in the U.S., rent prices are still cheaper than carrying the cost of a house with a mortgage and interest.
Mm-hmm.
Unless one needs a house, I really don't believe it's economically viable for the majority or a prudent decision, because with interest rates sitting around 8% for a 30-year mortgage, let's say you're taking $1 million mortgage, your monthly principal payment is about $2,800 a month. Your interest payment is about $4,000 a month. $4,200 a month. So you're paying 150% in interest, 150% of your principal per month in interest payments.
Jesus.
It's not a prudent decision. In Denver, New York, San Francisco, nothing, unless it's a highly desirable location, even in those situations, you're seeing price cuts of 10 to 15%. And additional seller concessions to move a property.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not particularly reassuring, and with the Fed only intending to cut 50 basis points to 100 basis points next year, that's not going to change the situation. Okay, great. You're still going to be paying 125% of the principal and interest every single month on your mortgage. If someone tells me, hey, you're paying $6,000 a month for your mortgage and only $2,700, $2,800 of that is going towards actual principal of paying down the debt you own, that's not a good deal.
Yeah, definitely. So right now I was just trying to make a comparison between the prices from the US and Europe regarding renting, and how big of a difference each place has. I mean, in Europe, in my country, in Romania at least, given the fact that our currency is not euro, so we have our own currency, which is pretty shitty. It's almost five times less than the price of euro, or I think four and something. So, but let me give you an example. I'm from Bucharest, which is the capital of Romania, and I'm in a pretty good zone, with lots of shopping centers and, I don't know, commercial buildings and etc. So even here, the price you would pay for, let's say, 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and the living room, and maybe also a balcony. And for, let's say, above decent conditions, like pretty nice place to chill and to arrive home and say, yes, I'm home, it's about, I'd say, 400 or 450 euros. So So that's insanely cheap given the fact that you guys in the US are paying thousands on rent.
Yeah, it's depends on where, but the average rent in, let's say, Manhattan, which is going to be financial hub, you don't want to have to commute much. You could most days take the subway or walk to office. Average rent for a one bedroom there is going to be 5,100 to 5,200.
Okay.
That's not too, because I have lived as in I've spent pretty considerable time in Europe. Stockholm, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Nice, Paris, London.
Amsterdam is a lot expensive than the average.
Come again?
I mean, in Amsterdam, I think it's a lot more expensive than the average in Europe because I have a bunch of my friends studying in Amsterdam, and I complaining about the rents and prices of most of the things over there.
Oh yeah, also Zurich, Basel. A lot of those locations, it's going to be similarly priced to New York. However, once you start going into the upper price point of New York and San Francisco, as opposed to most European cities, you start to see a pretty significant bifurcation in price points. I would say on average, New York, San Francisco are going to be slightly more expensive than major cities in Europe, particularly Amsterdam, Paris. But once you go into the $15,000 per month price point, there aren't all too many properties available at $15,000, $16,000 per month in Paris, Amsterdam, or elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
In New York and San Francisco, you can easily find hundreds of properties over $15,000, $20,000 a month.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the price is being so high for the European cities, it's not that accessible. So the difference is, there's a difference, of course.
Food is cheaper though in Europe definitively than the U.S. This is sorry to all my fellow Americans, but here's one of the major issues. To go to most grocery stores right now and purchase a kilogram of strawberries, it would be about, during this season, about 5.5 to 6 euros for a kilo of strawberries.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you can go pick up roughly a liter or so of ice cream for $3.
Okay.
And one's going to have 3,500 calories. One is going to have 340 calories. And that's there aren't subsidies provided for fresh produce in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of subsidies are going to be for corn, beef, and dairy, and granted, I love dairy, so dairy, that's fine. Dairy is cheaper here.
Sorry.
What?
I was having the financial juice open. Yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, and I appreciate how in Europe the subsidies are primarily for fresh produce as opposed to the U.S. If someone likes fruit in the U.S., I would say in most circumstances, if you're eating strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, I go through a decent bit of it. Unfortunately, I have the resources. However, I'm spending $80 to $90 a week on fresh fruit alone. And most people, they're not going to be spending $400 a month on fresh produce.
Yeah.
It's a lot cheaper to go to the grocery store or purchase highly processed food for the most part, because that's easily accessible. I'm not saying, granted, chicken is cheaper here. And kind of.
And I think I've also heard that potatoes are especially cheap. So regarding potatoes,
oh yeah, they are.
yeah, I know food is cheaper. Eggs, for example, and many other things. Because I know there's a thing in the US, at least from what I've seen on YouTube, certain YouTubers, especially bodybuilders. So most of them, I know they're more sponsored and having a lot of money and all of that, but they were going, I mean, to, let's say, Target, and they were buying like, I don't know, 5 to 10 kilos of eggs, 5 to 10 kilos of potatoes, 5 to 10 kilos of chicken, and
Yeah.
they were saying when they were paying for them, it was like insanely cheap for that big of a quantity, you know.
I know at Kroger / King Supers, which is one of the cheapest locations to purchase eggs,
Okay.
a dozen is about €1.60, €1.70 for a dozen eggs. Egg whites, if you go to Costco, you could purchase, trying to think, 1 liter, 2, 3, roughly 3 liters of egg, or three, yeah, about 3 liters of egg whites for €9, give or take. Chicken, the cheaper end of the spectrum, is going to be about €3, or €2.85 is low end of the spectrum average. You probably should be expecting to pay $4.50 to $5, or €4 for decent quality chicken. Dairy, I go through an absurd amount of dairy and chicken each week. About 12 to 13 kilos of chicken and about 14 kilos of Greek yogurt I consume per week, but I usually spend about 60 to 70 euros a week on Greek yogurt.
You have some kind of a recipe you're making, or some kind of diet, or because that's a lot of yogurt actually.
Greek yogurt is healthy.
No, I just love Greek yogurt. Most people find it repulsive. I will sit down with I sit down with a tub of Greek yogurt, and I will eat that. It's fantastic.
Who hates Greek yogurt?
Most Americans do.
Well, you have no taste because of your fucking fast food chain. No, what is it called?
Yeah, fast food chain.
Chains, not changes. Chains. Yeah.
Well, it's most people don't. I like 0% Greek yogurt, which is very tart. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, put a bit of honey in it, and
So I think the weekends for you look like, instead of Netflix and chill, Netflix and Greek yogurt.
Yeah, something along that. Well, I'll usually have a snack. It's after I end up cycling. I'll usually have half a tub of Greek yogurt before I sit down and have a pound of chicken or something. And then before I go to bed, I usually have probably an entire container of Greek yogurt. About an entire 1,000-gram container of Greek yogurt, give or take.
You're cycling indoors or also outdoors with the bike?
Both, but primarily when I'm working, since most days I start around 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, go until about 3:34 Mountain Standard Time. I take a quote-unquote cycle break 2-hour cycle break while I'm running parameter sets.
Okay.
I'm doing work on some Slack calls. Once I'm finished, quote-unquote, then I'll go to the gym, lift for about an hour and a half, come back, and then do more work from 6:30 until 11:30, 12, repeat every single day.
Wow. Well, that's a heck of a program, and determination as well, and discipline.
Oh, no. It's cycling's cathartic for me. And it's something I genuinely enjoy, indoors or outdoors. But if it wasn't for Zwift, there's not a chance I would be able to.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Zwift makes it significantly more enjoyable, especially the social element to it and the virtualization / gamification of indoor cycling. Makes it far more pleasant.
You on the good stuff like Lance or Jan?
No.
No.
I would have to lose about 20 kilos to even be a similar weight. Even then, give me some EPO, a few other compounds, I still couldn't.
We always joked about that the Tour de France is the best farmer show there is.
Oh yeah,
Who got the best?
He ended up being a conduit for. He unfortunately became a conduit for the stigma against performance enhancing drugs. When in fact, every top cyclist, I don't care, is using performance enhancing drugs. It doesn't. They are world class athletes regardless.
Yeah, for sure.
And anyone that says otherwise doesn't understand elite performance or elite athletics. It's not as if they're an average Joe Schmo going from, I can win local races to World Tour Pro that's winning. They already still would be competitive as a World Tour Pro, but then with performance enhancing compounds, they are generational talents.
Yeah, and that's why they should just make it open so everybody can see, hey, Bayer, or let's say, I don't know, whoever else it might be, he is the best in what he does. I mean, you probably don't know him, Jan Ullrich. He was a famous German cyclist, and he was essentially guilty of it as well. Mm-hmm. I think there wasn't a single one in those days who placed in the top 10 who didn't do any kind of stuff.
Oh, no, not at all.
There's a very high chance. There's lots of them in soccer. I'd venture to say in many, many more sports as well. It's not that.
I would say soccer, not as much as cycling. The neuromuscular fatigue associated with doing Grand Tours or anything similar, when you have 20 consecutive days, okay, there are two rest days often there, or sometimes 3 rest days in a 20-day Grand Tour, and you're doing 150 to 200K a day with an average. I mean, granted, most of the ride, if you look at the power profile, is going to be at roughly 50-ish%, or let's say 55 to 60-ish% of their FTP. So it's sustainable, but it's not realistic to assume that the top athletes are doing that naturally, because your body simply can't recover, particularly when you are a 1.7, when you're 175 centimeters, you weigh 63 kilos. All you are is a set of skin and lungs. There's nothing else on you.
Yeah, that argument is probably quite right. But then again, just a few days ago, a very famous soccer player was essentially busted for doing testosterone.
Well, yeah, I see no issue with. Ooh, let's have some fun and see who fucking disagrees with this, because you're going to disagree with science. But male to female athletes competing in women's sports. No one can disregard the science of that, and anyone that does is blissfully, living in ignorance bliss.
I don't think you find anyone here that would disagree.
Yeah.
As almost all the literature related to, and these are specific studies regarding anabolic use, but it's applicable as almost the total duration of testosterone exposure, you're often going to see an increase in myonuclear density versus someone who had not had greater exposure to testosterone. And even when you have a normalization of testosterone levels or a reduction, the myonuclear density does not change. And having the underlying foundation of increased myonuclear density will be physically advantageous from a performance perspective, endurance perspective, that, but my testosterone levels are now lower. Well, that's fucking great. Your myonuclear density is no different. You already are now going to have a strength advantage, endurance advantage. And that mononuclear density is often going to be conducive to an increase in hematocrit and hemoglobin levels, allowing for greater blood oxygen saturation. I don't really care about the politics whatsoever of it. It's politically incorrect from some people's perspective to say that, but you would be denouncing the science that there is a physical advantage to those that are female to or male to female, simply due to the mononuclear density that is present from prolonged testosterone exposure during puberty.
I think that's long been known, right? Since the army did the tests. So the army did that in the 60s.
Oh, well, it's long been known, but there's far more extensive literature that's published almost every 3 to 4 months regarding this. And I'm sorry.
The problem, those who advocate for this kind of inclusion don't really care about any kind of literature. So, yeah. It's fun to see sometimes, though, I'll be honest. I've seen women, what was it, swimming, where they got absolutely wrecked.
Oh, yeah.
By that bloke female.
Oh, yeah.
Who just had like 5 meters in the first, I don't know, 10 seconds on them or so. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I look at my FTP as a cyclist, and my FTP is often sitting around 380 to 410, depending on if I'm doing only 16 hours of training a week or 30 hours of training for cycling. If I'm up at 30, I'm going to be in the 400s for my FTP. There is not a single female pro out there that has an FTP of 410. I would crush them on any flats, and that's top female professional cyclists. On hills, women that weigh 50 kilograms, I'm not going to be able to keep up with them whatsoever because gravity is important. But when it comes to flats or time trialing, I wouldn't even be competitive on the continental circuit, which would be domestic pro. And I could crush almost any of the World Tour female pro cyclists on a flat course. If I one day said, "Oh, I identify as a woman,"
yeah,
I already have suppressed testosterone. My testosterone levels are awfully low, despite carrying as much muscle as I do. Based on the IOC's guidelines for, I'm trying to think.
Did you have to? Yeah.
They have an obscure metric because the standard measurement is going to be nanograms per deciliter, but they use nanomoles per liter, and 10 nanomoles per liter, 10 nanomoles per liter to nanograms per deciliter are going to be, let's see, that would be a testosterone level of about 310 nanograms per deciliter, give or take. 310 nanograms per deciliter is still considered an acceptable range. It's low end of the spectrum, but that's still considered an acceptable range for males.
That's free testosterone though, right?
No, that's not free. That's regular, 288 nanograms per deciliter. The average for a woman is often going to be between about 40 to 80. 80 is the very upper end of the spectrum. The IOC explicitly states that an athlete can have, if they are male to female, can have up to 10 nanomoles per liter or 288 nanograms per deciliter. 288 nanograms per deciliter is still a factor if you take the average woman. That's still nearly a factor of 6 greater than the average woman testosterone levels. The mononuclear density, which would be exhibited from someone who has testosterone of 50 to 288 nanograms per deciliter for a woman, there's no comparison, especially when it's not only the mononuclear density, but with increased testosterone, you're going to have higher red blood cell production and therefore elevated hematocrit and hemoglobin levels allowing you to be a better endurance athlete. It's just not. Yeah. Everyone wants to discuss equality and fairness in sports, and this is unfortunately to the detriment of many women that want to be competitive, if allowing male to female athletes to participate. I'm sorry, but either they continue competing with men, or they don't compete at all.
They get their own league, and everybody's there.
Yeah, if they want their own league, fucking fine. I don't care.
So did you do the blood work for your testosterone levels?
Oh, I have blood work run every 2 months.
Okay.
I'm often running between 238 to 315. If I wanted to hop on TRT, and granted, one of the reasons why I don't is I still feel perfectly fine, and I have cortisol-induced testosterone. Well, technically testosterone. Technically, why can't I? I have cortisol-induced. I'm in a cortisol-induced hypogonadal state, which that's largely due to my physical training regimen. I need a couple of waivers if I wanted to continue to compete in cycling during summer months, because if I hop on TRT, technically you're no longer eligible. Oh, but if I hop on TRT, my FTP with cycling would easily be going up to probably 460, which would put me in comparison to people not too far off from Wout van Aert, which he's looking about 450, 460 FTP. He's a bit lighter than I am. He's about 10 kilos lighter than I am. Probably be pretty comfortably back up to squatting about 260 kilos, deadlifting about the same. If I wanted, I could easily hop on TRT and be an absolute monster, but it doesn't contribute to what I want right now. And I don't want to be dependent upon daily injections for the rest of my life. That is far from ideal.
Well, that would not be a good idea, indeed.
Yeah, those testo jails are shit as far as I have looked at them.
What have you looked?
There's also that, what is it called in English? Yeah, the juice, not the juice. You know, ointment, testosterone ointment.
Oh yeah, it's that the bioavailability of that is quite low, and also it does not replicate the daily Cmax of testosterone. The ideal outcome to be able to adequately replicate the daily Cmax is going to be injecting daily. Versus standard protocol in most situations, many doctors advise weekly injections, but due to the tapering of testosterone levels after the initial Cmax, that is not the healthiest solution. The healthiest solution is daily injections to maintain consistent serum testosterone levels. And once you start, you're on it forever. It's not similar to an SSRI or other medications where you can stop it. You literally can't stop once you start. And I am 27, so I'm not certain if I want to be doing something for maybe 50 to 60 more years. It's not that easy of a decision for me when I know this would be a lifelong commitment, unfortunately.
Yep. No, that was what I was saying. Those ointments aren't the real deal. When is JHEX rolling? Today? No, right?
What's rolling today?
The JPM collar.
There are no good group rides on Zwift. I'm debating if I want to murder myself to a 65-kilometer race.
When is the color rolling? Do you know?
The collar?
Yeah.
Oh, the JPM collar?
Yeah.
I want to
No,
say...
it's today. It's today.
Oh. Yeah, it's usually towards the end of September. Yeah, I haven't even checked my P&L on the day. Everything's just running in the background on a VPN while I'm doing testing. Let's check it. Ah, fuck. Let's see.
So they sold the 4665, right? Sold the the 355 and bought the 4210. They probably cashed in.
Whoa, okay. Okay. Let's violate some potential guidelines. I'm not happy with that. Whatever. Anyone think the market's going to dump back down to 4,300?
Today?
Yeah.
If you ask me right now, I would actually say there is a slight chance.
As right now, let's see, do I have a daily P&L?
That's the biggest, the second biggest open interest for today in the zeros. Still lots of volume on it.
Oh, fuck, that's painful. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Down 120 points on NASDAQ.
Oof.
I'll be back in a moment.
I mean, it's only 10 points from here on out to 4,300. Basically, it would be the gap close. I mean, that's a strong recovery right there. I think it's actually a good shot if you want to play the gap close.
It could be.
Pretty defined risk. Oh wait, did we actually? No, we didn't, right? On SPX we didn't. On ES we did we do it on ES? I think we did it on ES, right? Yeah, so on ES we did do the gap close. We didn't do it on SPX though. Oh, 06.
So today I got the craziest fill recently. So the market was coming down. So I was trying to limit actually market in. So I missed it, and my market order transformed into a limit order because it did not hit the market price. So it became a limit. The market came down like almost 1.2 ticks, I think. And then a sweep order came in and reverted it back up, filled my order like in a couple of 2 seconds, I think it was. I did not even have time to cancel it. Filled my order,
And went
order
down
short,
again.
and went like 2 points in a matter of 5 seconds against me. So that was absolutely crazy. I was just with my mouth open and absolutely shocked. So yeah,
Yeah.
but I recouped it because I caught that short for about. I entered with max quantity for the biggest risk I could take. I entered with 4 lots and caught 20 points to the downside.
Nice.
Of course, with 4 lots.
That's a good payday right there.
Yeah, it was a payday, but I had a little bit of drawdown also from yesterday, so it's good. But yeah, that fill from the start of the day was just insane. So there were almost, I think, 2 sweeps, almost 3 sweeps actually back to back. So yeah, that's actually, I think that's the definition of either being unlucky or I don't know how you would call that. Because I was looking at the DOM and I was not seeing so much slipping. So I was thinking there's no slips, so it could go. And yeah, that shit happened. So what I'm also observing that for the past few days, and I think it's been this week, the market is a little bit more volatile than the past few weeks that have passed. So I don't know, maybe that's just my personal view on it, but I'm seeing much more rapid moves, more sweeps. So it's moving faster than was moving
negative gags.
Oh,
interest wise and volume wise, and I'm in a short from 48 to 5.
Ooh, nice.
But I'm probably do I hold? I'm pretty sure we're gonna close the gap.
Nice one.
What a fucking call, brother!
Good job.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm probably pretty sure we're gonna go to, what did I measure out? 37.25 or something like that. But that's enough.
So you were always looking at the GEX while looking at the screen as well, at the price section.
I'm looking at GEX at my 500 tick chart
Okay.
and the order book and book
So
map.
what you want to see at on GEXBot, what you're looking at primarily? You're looking at net GEX, and
I'm looking at the open interest.
okay, so
and what the volume is doing.
okay,
The volume is on one is a magnet and also a repellent. Magnet if we are far away,
okay,
and repellent the closer we get.
okay. So just as a short briefing on the screen of the GEXBot, the left-sided like volume profile looking, what's that? It's just the volume, or
You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this one here.
yeah, all of those to the left. Yeah.
That's a volume
Okay, so
from on the strikes.
okay, so on the strikes. Okay, so from a little bit to the upside, I'm seeing that the volume is to the right part of the screen, not on the left one. That's where I think the 0 gamma line is. So why is that to the left?
Call strikes.
Oh, so those are the call strikes and those are the put strikes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay.
There's also, I could send you actually, I can send you something which would make it probably a bit easier to understand.
I would appreciate it because I found a video also from the Bear Trap podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's a video. It's GEXBot special feature part 1. What is it? It's
exactly.
Okay, so I'm just going to save it.
This one, and there's part 2.
Okay, thanks.
And I was convinced we would actually go up today because they tried to go to 350. They had major volume. So if you want to look at the stream right now, here, have a look.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay.
So look at the 350s from the. Oh wait, I need to go. Wait, I need to load today. Takes a second.
So I'm all up, eyes and ears. I'm paying attention.
Okay, so this is the beginning.
Okay.
50s, 55s.
Okay.
15, those are the open interest. Open interest for all expirations, quite negative.
Okay.
Let's look at the zeros. As you can see, quite a bit of exposure on the 350s. I was convinced we would get there. We had 2 attempts to break POC at 65s.
Mm-hmm.
So I caught one from, I was one long from 54, I believe, targeting 65, but I didn't like what I saw on my tick chart, so I got out early. The second time I entered was also 54 at around 11 or something like that, where we got again to POC.
Okay.
As you can see, so that was we went down from POC the first time, then we attacked it again. Major exposure, hit POC again. And when we hit POC, we had a sharp rejection, and every strike above and below let go of the gamma.
Mm-hmm.
And the strikes on the downside had major exposure volume-wise. Yeah. So there was in the end the gap close. That was the gap close on ES. Yeah.
So while watching this, I'm kind of imagining involuntarily, actually, like a DOM in my head with the resting liquidity when seeing this and trying to correlate it with the futures market, as in that article that I've read, the one you've sent me.
Mhm.
So it's pretty interesting stuff to judge both and correlate as well.
Yeah.
Options, the liquidity given by options to the futures market.
So Gexbot also has a Sierra chart integration, which I use.
Oh wow!
And you can put the premium for ES. You can insert it. It's like 37.3 or something.
Okay.
And you got those levels on your chart, which is quite useful.
Can I see what the integration looks like?
Sure.
What's up, John?
Hey, Radu, how you doing?
Pretty well.
Wait a second. Now wait, I'm just gonna do a screenshot. Huh? It's way easier. And where are you, John? Here you are. I sent it to you privately. Via private message.
So the ones to the right.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
So those are the levels from the actual Gexbot on the website?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on ES, and you put in the premium ES as on SPX. Can get those numbers from FinUp or some site. But they usually don't change that much. Yeah. It seems that the 300 strike is kind of a big deal. They can't get through it. You can also see they are letting off the strikes after the 300. Then again, yeah, depends. Buyers also were not very effective. But there's lots of liquidity they have to eat through here, right? Once they do that, it could pop. And then I use a footprint chart.
Yeah, I use it as well.
I'm not that experienced with it. Mainly looking like zero prints and deltas for on the bars. So the whole bar. And what else?
So my
total volume.
My footprint is actually looking like this. I'm gonna send you.
Sean has the prettiest.
Maybe, or the ugliest.
Okay, yeah.
So the only thing I like about this one It's from a guy, I think Trade Your Plan. It's his YouTube channel name.
Hmm.
I've really liked how it separates pretty nice the delta and the volume on each bar. So you could clearly see the delta and the volume on each rotation at each price level. So it's easier to watch, uh, like viewing wise, seeing a volume bar also on the delta. Also, I like the coloring of it and the fact that you can also not look down at the numbers bars calculated values at the total volume. So if you want to get a faster perspective on the volume, I'm always looking first of all at the candle at the wick. So if the volume is bigger, the candle and the wick is much fatter, and thinner if the volume is lower. So that helps me as well. Maybe create a bit of context, but I don't know. The context is pretty poor these days, even with the footprint, especially when the price is just chopping around. When it just chops around and overlaps on itself, I don't even look so much at the footprint. Maybe just to see how much delta is accumulating at in that certain area. Maybe for a move outside to create a bit of context, but otherwise, I'm looking more at the DOM and at the 30-second price section, on which I have marked my levels from the higher time frame charts.
Do you use a tick chart or a
No,
time
so
chart? Time
I'm
candles?
using the 30-second time chart on
Okay.
both NQ and ES. I'm using to the left, I'm having a big NQ and ES as well. They're a bit overlapped, so I'm switching between them. The 30-minute chart for a bit of higher time frame context with those levels marked. And on the actually that's the second screen with the time charts. The main screen is actually formed by footprint. After the footprint comes a short, like a almost 50% of the heat map chart, because I want to see better the liquidity when things are just adding up. I like to see the screen flash a bit, and I use it also for the price section on the lower time frame, actually, because I'm using a 50 volume based chart, so it's printing a lot of yeah, it's printing a lot actually. And after that is the DOM and the tape. The tape, I'm not paying attention that much as I was paying a few months ago to it. I'm more interested in actually seeing maybe a few order blocks, I don't know, about 50 lots hit. But also that's not useful sometimes. So yeah, it's
I think you can leave the tape out. There is,
Yeah.
I think Frozen has the study. Frozen is a show, right? Who has a study you can put in for Sierra, which is
You
a
mean-
pace
you
of
mean-
tape
you
chart book.
You mean the tape meter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the tape meter. Yeah, it's in my Sierra. I've copied his code after he posted it. Yeah. I've used it for a few days, but I've used it a few months ago when the tape was much more useful. When you could see, I think it was in spring actually. I've used his tape measurement. So back then, looking at the tape had a little bit more sense than now. So yeah, I might close it because yesterday I was also questioning myself and asking. I mean, from all of this, from all of those things on my screen, how much am I paying attention to each one specifically, and which one is just not useful and just cluttering space up, you know? So yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the tape because it's also a bit distracting. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I've been using. I'm having, but it's pretty tight and small. It's also on the main screen. It's the tick for the S&P 500. I've been using the tick since SubQueen Easy was talking a lot about it a few months ago when things were going very smooth when you were looking at the tick for the S&P as well. So many of the moves correlated to the tick and vice versa were having sense and were matching. So you could judge a bit of what's happening and also create context. But yeah, I've given another shot at the tick right now for the past 2 or 3 days, and I'm just trying to see if it has its place right now on my screen or not. So I'm a bit testing the tick and the tape to see their usefulness right now.
Yeah. So I know John uses tick. I've got it open too, but to be honest, I only try to look at it in terms of larger trend moves.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
Yep.
yeah.
So you mean when it's sustaining above or below zero, or when it hits extremes on each direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care about lower highs or higher highs in tick.
Yeah. Me neither.
I don't find anything useful. It might actually be useful if you're a stock trader. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but I've not been trading stocks at all. So yeah. Pardon.
Are there any viewers actually? Oh, there are 7 viewers. Okay. Guys, have you used the GEXBot at all for your trading? Is it even useful? Because if it's not useful, I don't have to stream it, right? I don't know. I have a slight feeling that the guys don't like it that I stream the Gex, so I'm a bit hesitant to do it.
What guys?
I'm loving it, so count me in.
I watch it. You know, every time that I'm getting ready to go in and play, I go look at your Gex to see if it's in the direction that I want. It is not that I don't play it.
Okay. Have you found success correlating your plays to it?
For sure. Like, you know, I'm looking at the open interest, the everything. What's the so, you know, I'm trying to work it in. I'm pretty new to it, obviously. So
John, you were saying that you were looking at the GEXBot of Timmy when you were playing games, when you were ready to play games?
No. When when I'm getting ready to try to go into a play, if it's not in the direction that I want, then I'm not going to do it. Like,
yeah, sorry, that was me. That was me last night. Because last night or last 2 days ago, I was done trading and I hopped a bit on playing World of Warcraft on the main screen. On the side screen was the stream from Timmy, and I was looking at the GEXBot as well while I was playing World of Warcraft. So yeah, that's why I was asking the question, because I think I was the only weird guy doing this, it seems.
No, I used to play World of Warcraft. I used to love that game.
Okay. Yeah, but you sure need to try play World of Warcraft now with GEXBot open while streaming. I think
so. I bought WoW Vanilla when it came out, played it for 2 weeks, and said, "Nah, I'm a Counter-Strike player," and put it back in in the store.
So you mean
in the cupboard.
You mean the original vanilla, like
original OG vanilla?
Like 15 years ago, 12 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite a long time. I don't even remember. And then I only played on private server with friend. I played, I believe, a few months for real on real servers. But oh Jesus, the grind to level up! It was frustrating, and I wasn't patient enough.
Well, now they've kind of solved this problem because everyone was complaining about these things as well. All the grinding, the leveling, all these things that were just taking too much time for the casual player to just also enjoy the game, because you could not enjoy the game while you were just progressing. I mean, you could, of course, but everybody wanted to do the end game after you get to max level and do dungeons and raids. And the developers saw that. They obviously saw that by looking at the numbers in their accounts. So the population was dropping on the servers. So people were not subscribing anymore. So they fixed that by making the game much more accessible to newer players who are casuals. So you do not need to grind so much nowadays. Because they've also noticed that it's gonna be much worse if they still implement so much grinding in the game. Yeah, that's why I'm playing it, because I'm also pissed off by grinding too much. I cannot enjoy the game, and it just makes you play it more. So that's basically any game developer intention, also to enjoy the game, but also to play as much as you can. And of course, the World of Warcraft being on a subscription is a benefit for them. Yeah, but it's much more accessible now. So yeah, I mean, it's accessible only if you've played for years, like I've played. So once you hop into the game regarding an expansion, so if it's a new expansion, and you're hopping into the game like at the half of the expansion, and you just do not know anything, you do not know the story, nothing. If you are an experienced player who has played for a long time, you just get used to the new experience, like, I don't know, in a few days. Because being experienced, you're just looking up a few 2 or 3 guides, you know how to play your class and all those things. And yeah, but I would not play it if it was only about the grinding, because yeah. I mean, I'm 24 years old. I'm gonna be 25 in, I think, 20 days, 15 days, 15 days. Yeah, I'm gonna be 25, and I feel like I've got bored playing games like a lot. I was playing lots of games, but I think since 2 years now, I've not been playing so much. I just find most of them boring. I was also playing many multiplayer games. I've not played any single player games. I mean, I've actually played a few, but not enjoyed the story that much. So I'm much more of a competitive player, actually.
Yeah,
but I got bored. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit of World of Warcraft and Battlefield 2042, the last one that got out. So I don't know. I'm just logging on Battlefield, playing 2 or 3 matches, and then I just head out. So I don't really get attached to any game like I was getting when I was younger. That's the main conclusion, obviously. So yeah, it's coming back like a huge curve of discussion I've made. Please keep streaming the Gex bot, because me and John are we're loving it.
Okay, I will do that.
I mean, I've just looked up Gex on the website regarding price. So it's accessible.
It's not
price-wise, I think
not
it's
very expensive at all.
yeah. So I mean, I'm for Sierra, I'm paying, I think, so 47 is the advanced package 11 plus 20 the feed, so that's 67 bucks, 67.50 bucks. So I think being sort of a more intricate thing, the Gagsbot, I think that's why it's a little bit expensive. I mean, in the $50 range, of course.
Yeah, so it's basically not even a day's worth of wins of P&L. I just take that out of the account. The rest stays. I'm just paying the everything I have to pay monthly wise.
Yeah.
Trade risk, export, Sierra, Trading View, and so on.
You're using TradingView as well?
Yeah, I like Trading View for when I'm on the run mobile.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you're using TradingView just for analysis and or also for positioning?
TradeWiz is mostly analysis and just having my trades all together. But I'm also a dirty funded Apex scalper as well.
Ooh, nice.
I've been doing, of course, I've been playing a lot of my personal recently, but also Apex.
Nice.
And yeah, I'm a dirty little scalper. And so the total opposite of what zero is.
So, I was asking you about the VIX for the last 2 days. And I think yesterday I was talking about the VIX and I set up my VIX chart in Sierra. And I was trying to find out which month should I pick. So I was picking September, but the September month was just stuck. And then when I read a little bit more on the internet, it said that when it's the last, I don't know, 5 days, I don't remember quite sure when is the last a few days of the month, the VIX automatically rolls over to the next month, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. My September chart on the VIX is absolutely stuck. It's not moving. It's also saying that it needs to roll over. So when I roll over to October, it works perfectly. So I think the October is the way to go, but I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure. Okay.
I'd very much appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Let me type a huge novel about that. And I'm gonna be spamming heart, kiss, heart, kiss, cheers emojis.
XOXO.
Yeah. All actually. Oh, I think I'm just gonna
all
put
caps.
Yeah. So, but let me just find him first. So I'm just gonna say I'm loving this.
So we're going for the gap close on SPX now. You're funded with them, GTrader? Or are you looking to?
Me?
No, GTrader wrote.
Oh, okay.
That is again. Yeah, they are buck cheap Apex. They've paid so far. I can say that at least.
Well,
I haven't withdrawn with the new system. I'm about to though.
Well, I don't doubt that. I'm sure they pay.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. But I can understand why Zero would say it's a very, it ingrains bad habits.
So
Might
yeah,
very well be the case.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand why he's saying that, and I can see his perspective on it. Also, Fat Cat's perspective and other people perspective on it. But I think at the end of the day, how many of us were saying, for those who do not have their money to do this, I think it's the only accessible way to do it. Because also I was watching a stream from I think it was, let me see, what was his name? Peter I think it was the friend of Jim Dalton. I'm not sure of his full name. I can't pronounce it actually. Peter Resnicek, I think. So he was asked during an interview on his opinion of trading on Sim and how is that going for a beginner trader, and he put it from the go that from the first go that trading on the sim is nice at the beginning, but when when you're switching obviously to trading your own money and trading for real, it's just not the same thing anymore.
No, not at all.
So I've experienced that while switching from the sim to trying to pass an eval, and imagine that those were not my money, and I was still feeling anxious about my trades. I was still feeling emotional about my trades, and I was losing some of my trades. And yeah, I mean, imagine that was on an eval, not with my own money. So I mean, his advice was obviously for those who can afford trading with their own money, to go for it. Sure, trade on the sim, but then try with real money, because that's where some of the skill sets are being developed for real. So yeah, I think these services are a pretty nice alternative for those who cannot afford.
Yeah, for me, it's also a big question, because on my personal account, I really have to take A+ setups, because I can only declare 20k in losses per German law right now. So everything where I'm really aggressive. So I'm aggressive trader from the get-go. But when it really gets aggressive, I'm playing on the Apex, because I don't have the problem with losses, declaring losses. And GTrader there are. So once you pass, so you pay the activation fee for the account, and then if you pass the threshold, you have to pay either $150 around that for a lifetime account or like $90 per month to use it. And I know plenty of traders located in the US and basically throughout the world who have managed to like bring up 10 or 20 evil accounts one by one, pay with the profits from the one to activate the next one, and so on. And we're sitting at like 10 to 20 performance accounts and scalp micros. Scalp like $100 to $300, $500 per day, depending on how much cushion they've built. And they can withdraw easily 20K per month or more.
So this is the shorter variant of the of what I was trying to say to him. If you want to add a few things, be my guest. A few suggestions, Timmy.
I don't. You don't have to do it. Actually, don't do it. It's okay. Did we hit 300 on that move down on SPX, or did we stop before?
So I think at the beginning, it was a valid idea to write him that, but now I think
it doesn't work for me.
Seeing my text is maybe cringe.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Just leave it. But I'd like numbers to come back and congratulate me on my call.
So I'm going to go for a break. My battery from the car has died in the morning, so I had a buddy of mine come to charge up the battery of my car, and I had to drive like 10 to 20 kilometers to charge it a bit so it would not die at the next start. And after the job, I went to a service, and they actually told me that it's almost dead. It's still having voltage in it, but it's not having the second unit of measure, so it's not like spinning. I don't know. So my dad actually told me just get in your car and drive, I don't know, 20 kilometers again right now. So next morning it would not die. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm gonna go to the gym after that. So yeah.
Have a nice day. Have a nice evening.
Have a nice evening, and see you maybe later, because I think I'm gonna do those kilometers pretty fast. So yeah, see you later, I guess.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
John, did you take anything?
Yeah. I just took a couple shorts.
Nice. They paid?
Yeah, about I did 2. I usually don't do 2, but I got in and out pretty quick.
Nice. Well, it was quite a pretty picture, right? Price going down, CD trying to
got
break
below
out.
4,300.
Yeah. No, GTrader, I've got some really privately coded stuff that I don't use right now. I have to check up on it.
Damn. I guess we going to value area low. Yesterday's.
Yeah, so strikes below us are increasing and behind us are letting go. Net gags negative, right? So, yeah. I've been rarely caught off since I use GagSpot in terms of direction. Maybe my stop loss was too tight. That would happen. But rarely wrong in the direction, so I really like the tool. Previous day high we have left behind us. Oh. I think first of all, I really don't trade. Please don't trade anything. I say I'm a noob. I use every tool I can to get some kind of edge, but I would say previous day open and then the low. But yeah, you have to really find a good entry to get those and. At this point, you're really shorting the low, so that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, a long would be, I wouldn't take it on the first try, right? Let's see a good reversal and then a back test, and you would see it in the gags. And then it would be a good long in my eyes. Yeah. No open interest. Or what do you mean? This one here or that one? That's the volume, yeah. That's the red. Yeah. They're releasing a tool soon that's where they classify the volume, which is in my eyes. So I've seen quite some beta tests. I've traded off the beta as well, and it could be a real useful tool. It depends. They might get it in their heads that they need to charge spot gamma levels of money. Yeah, there are also some good sites as well who give the info out for free, right? What's the site called? 0dte.com or something like that? Shao probably knows the site. Yeah, but it's not the one No, it's not the one. There's a free one. Wait. Be able to find it. Oh, this site is quite useful as well. Hitting the open in like 7 points from yesterday. So I had no idea that that this would actually be kind of quite a trending day, right? We broke IB, now have a range extension. Yeah, John. Don't go against the flow. We're negative. They are selling into it. Yeah, I would have loved to hold my short as well.
So I actually went short again on that back test.
Yeah.
But I got out again. Because I'm like, we're so low. Like, are we going to keep on going?
Yeah, we are gonna keep on going as long as GEX is fucking negative. There's thin liquidity, and the only liquidity they can get below us is all those longs who thought we're already done. Let's move back up, guys.
So what I saw was a 600 bid sitting like right there.
Yeah.
And when price got to it, it popped. I'm like, God damn it. Like it moved up. So I got out. Then when I went back in. Then right when it got in front of that 600 bid, I got out again. And this time it just went straight through it. I'm like, what the heck, man?
Yeah, I think that is actually resting liquidity orders because of strikes above us letting go, right? Those would have been hedged before, right? Via market order in. And as soon as those are what is it called? Being let go of or taking profit, they are closed, right? They are closed. This would constitute limit orders. Because that Shao and I talked about this. That was what I wouldn't understand. Why we had such big market orders or resting limit orders at seemingly random places, right? What is happening? You can't tell me that any serious player would trade these amounts at random locations directionally. It doesn't make sense. We are only hedging in real-time hours, in my eyes. There's nothing else going on but hedging flows. Yeah, so Zero said this is a nothing day, and not quite a nothing day if you ask me. We are down 1% from the highs.
Isn't today month end too?
Yeah, right. Actually, you would have guessed it's the other way around, right? Usually.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, or at least as far as I can understand, usually you would say end of month is pure buying spree. It's end of quarter, right? But today is also the JPM collar expiring. And they would
look at this. It keeps going. God damn.
Yeah, they would lose quite a bit of money. Dude, it could actually happen that there's a massive sell-off in the power hour and we get close to 4 to 10, right? Look at that, guys, here. That is the JP. That's the one they bought, I believe. They want it as close as possible. I don't know if they get there. That would be quite. That's not possible. I think so. That shouldn't be possible. But they sold the 355s and sold calls for 60 or something. So they made quite a bit of money with those. I mean, it would be a Sigma 3 event if we get down there. It's not completely out of the question. Like a 2% down there.
Look at this. We keep going. Could go straight through, back down to 4,300.
Yeah. Numbers was wondering if SPX 300 hits. No, we're at 85.
Look at this. This is crazy.
But helpful to know that we are in the environment that makes this kind of moves possible, right? Otherwise, we would be flying blind. Wow, it's really, really, really selling. I'm sitting here and not taking any trades though. Discord open, not looking at the order book. I don't actually know what's going on. We've already passed IB3 extension to the downside. But don't forget,
Hey, what up, D-Gens? This is John. Some people call
there
me
might
Firecracker. And this
also
is
come a point where there's a big release on it, right? And this environment would mean that the release is like a fucking thunderstorm paired with a volcano or something like that. But the bid is still weak, kinda, right? Looking at it. They are doing it with average volume as well. So there just aren't any real buyers, I guess.
What, 300 is lighting up, huh?
Sorry? I had music on.
What, 300?
That was probably the reason we had some relief right now, right? But look at, they are still piling on. They are not letting go. I don't see a reason why we are stopping right now. Why we should stop. $200 points on NQ. Interesting to see if that has any meaning right here. or if we are going to continue. It's a slaughter. This up here now could actually mean that that some sold calls or puts are getting out of the way for an up move. But I wouldn't bank on it right here. It's no real setup. Yeah, they did it before as well, though, Red Pie, right? And to me, Arvol looks average for now. Guys, I'll be AFK for a bit.